Okay, folks, good evening. Welcome back. Session 2 of Tuesday. Called this one Odds and Ends because that's exactly what it's going to be. Do a little bit of a layout of what we have planned here. We've got to put the goop on here, and we're going to time it. And with any luck, I'll be able to do it tonight. But I don't think so. It's probably going to not be until tomorrow morning when I can do that thing. So we're going to do that first, and then we got a couple of some things that we made today for the show coming up that we need to do. We need to do kind of you're the first one here. Welcome back, John Carter. That's right. Back from orbit. So we got some odds and ends that we have to do here. Is that an American saying? Randy Collins, there you are. Is that an American saying, odds and ends? I tend to like, I am not, and I'm bringing this up because there's an Englishman among us. I tend to not dislike English things at all. So I'm going to say this, and it has nothing against your cousins, because they're not my cousins. I don't know that I have any English blood in me, but whatever, it's irrelevant. I'm rambling. Let's get caffeined up. There's a saying that I've heard. Mr. Kevin, welcome. There's a saying that I heard that apparently it is a UK thing. I do not like it. And there's a lot of American sayings I don't like, so it's not because it's a you thing. Anyways, done and dusted. I really dislike that saying. Unless it's involving something that actually physically involves dusting. I don't like done and dusted. Anyhow, why did I get off on this tangent? Oh, because odds and ends. Is that a American thing, calling them odds and ends? That's what it's going to be. It's going to be a bunch of random stuff that we're going to try to keep moving, and get something done so we can feel good about ourselves. Get rid of all of these things that are out of the way. Let's get rid of all these brushes. And get rid of the paints. And then we'll go and goop away. Got to keep this stuff under control or it can get crazy. Are there any sayings you guys don't like, regardless of whether they come from? Not stuff I think about all the time. I'm sure there are aplenty. Your family's from England. My family from England are the closest. Dusted refers to the priest cleaning his hands after a burial. Huh! Cool. Well, Frank's no longer with us, dying dusted. Off you go then. I finished up several odds and ends for recon myself today. There you go. Well, we're going to do some things. We got some awards to put together. We printed those out. We'll see if they turned out reasonable. It's just a thing that I've kind of taken on doing myself. I don't charge anything for them. They're fun to do. Actually, I printed them out. It was $2.22 is what it cost. So they're like not worth taking money for. So, what else we got? Man, we got all kinds of Games Workshop paints out of here. What happened here? Didn't know that from the priest. They have priests in England? They just don't have a pope. Which, depending on who your current pope is, that might be a good thing. I'll leave it at that. Odds and Sods is an English version. Oh, okay. Odds and Sods. I've heard of that one. That sounds like you're trying to recruit a crew on a pirate ship, and it's just full of odds and sods. That's what it sounds like. Oh, Motley Crue. All right. Those games that we played last week and the week before, and Mitch and I played the Punic Wars. I should have had him read the names of all those places so you guys would have a good laugh. That would have been fun. That would have been painful. That would have been painful. So I'm reading, or I'm having a book read to me, and I listen to a fair amount of Audible, and I get really distracted by things that get mispronounced. I try not to mispronounce things. I don't get everything right. I do better than most people, which of course is saying nothing, because a lot of people just don't have a clue. I have a clue. But there's a couple of books that I've listened to that are just really, really odd pronouncing of things. And it just surprises me that someone would mispronounce something like, I don't know, that Greek city, Thessalonica. I don't think there's another way to pronounce Thessalonica, you know. The Battle of Heraclea. Some things I'm kind of on the fence about, but Thessalonica, there's only one way, and the narrator pronounced it. I don't even know what the hell he called it. But it's very distracting when you have really bad mispronunciations and things. And most books don't have a terrible amount of them. My preference is if you got something by Dan Jones. Dan Jones does a damn good job of pronouncing things correctly, and even though it has a thing of multiple languages in it. I think he does a pretty good job in French and Spanish, and well, he fooled me. He does okay with Spanish. But most people are just, and it doesn't matter what country they're from, if they mispronounce things, but just mispronounce things that are common names, in my opinion, are common names for, things that have been around for historical purposes. Canny. The Battle of Canny. I need to put my little rocks out here so I don't forget to add them on here. I think that they add a nice little dimension to it. Enjoying the Roman games. Yeah, they're crazy. They're freaking crazy. They're crazy. Those games prove why I don't ever want to play and not film, because you just never know when something absurd is just going to happen. If you watch that one game where I get the slave troops, that's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that something like that would have happened. And just for the record, if somebody says, hey, do you want to free any slaves? Nope, don't come to my house. The slaves aren't getting freed. They gotta earn it. That was just crazy stuff. There's just so many crazy things that happen. They're just unbelievable. So I have the anti-reality show, because the reality shows are like wrestling, okay? Everything is staged. Everything is pre-planned how it's going to turn out. I think, anyways. It sure seems hokey. None of our stuff is pre-planned. I don't even want to read the scenario ahead of time. Anyhow, it's too much trouble trying to be fake. Just be who you are, Just be who you are. If you tell the truth all the time, you never have trouble keeping your lies straight, because there aren't any. So the verdict is out on this stuff. I like it better than the Liquitex, and it's a good thing, because the Liquitex is no longer available, supposedly. If it became available again, I wouldn't buy it. I'd use this. I prefer this. The Adventures of Belisarius should be next. You mean as far as books? Audible books? I've got a book by Belisarius by Robert Graves. And it's too made up. There's too much made up conversations and stuff in it. It's way over the top. I like them though. I think that I really didn't know much about Belisarius until recently. And I'll tell you what, that wouldn't be me. I'd be a vengeful. You do that shit to me, I'd be a vengeful MFer. You know, that guy held it together and like, he's a better man than I would have been. I'm not saying I'd be power hungry, but you know, you don't serve your Lord and get screwed by him and then be like, okay, well that's how you're going to be. All right, we're going to pay your ass back. But you know, like I said before, Justinian's a dick. There's nothing about that guy that I like. Nothing much I like about that guy. But yeah, I started reading a Belisarius book, and it just seemed like it was just had too many made up conversations and stuff in it. Maybe I'll go back to it. And I think there's other books by him. You know, the what is this the Secret History, Procopius' Secret History. I'm afraid of reading that and it being too like one-sided. I mean, the reality is I want to get the truth. It doesn't matter that it's not what I want to hear, but I don't want to waste my time on things that are a lot of hypotheticals, because what happens is, having not known the history as well as in other areas, I don't want to take something that's in a book as something that happened and no, that's the part that was made up, you know, and then I'm spewing untruths. But now I'm reading a book now. It's called Lost to the West or something like that. So I'm almost all the way through it. And I'm probably going to go into some other Byzantine thing. I might as well read Byzantine stuff. I mean, it's really interesting. And just getting pounded by, you know, all these guys. So somebody says, hey, what about this emperor? And I'll remember where he is and falls in line with everything else and find out if he was an iconoclast or a nice guy or... Meant series of battles. Well, somebody's got to make them up. I don't have the army. I don't have Belisarius' army, so... Could you do a showcase of all my painted armies? I could, but that's extremely time-consuming. So maybe in the future. I've done 3 of them, I think. And they take a lot of time. And they don't get a lot of views, which I'm surprised. A lot of people on my channel are just more interested in battles than... You know, the views also don't tell you... They tell you like the average number of time that people watch it, but they don't tell you, you know, some people might have clicked on something by accident and go, oh, I don't want to have anything to do with that. You know, there's a lot of data, but some of it you could just spend all day trying to figure out what exactly it means, if it means anything at all. You know, I inadvertently sometimes click on one of my videos and then click off of it, and you know, it shows like somebody viewed it for 3 seconds and throw my stats off. So, you know, you can drive yourself crazy if you worry about that stuff too much. But I like the showcase stuff. I've done 3 of them. You just don't get a lot of views. I've done the Ottoman Turks, my Chinese army. Well, nobody likes the Chinese. I don't like the Chinese nation, but I like their historical stuff, and I like their figures, and I like to play them. I don't like them now, but I haven't done well with them recently. I think the last time I played a game and I used a Chinese army, they did really poor, and I was thinking, you know, maybe because I was just talking bad about them for so long recently. Now they're just kind of, they heard me, and they're they're not going to perform well. Oh well. Nothing against the Chinese people, you know. I also enjoy reading books related to what I'm painting. I just don't have time to read. You know, if I'm reading, I'm falling asleep and I'm not doing this. And it's not that I don't want to learn. It's just it's just too time consuming. And it's too relaxing. It puts me to sleep. And the last book I bought, the last 4 books I bought, I haven't even read them. So I'm like, I'm not doing that again. So that's how I get through books, is through Audible. So I wish more stuff was on Audible. I'd devour books. I don't have a crazy commute. Maybe 20 minutes. So, 20 minutes there, 20 minutes back. That's 40 minutes a day. Don't really listen to them at the gym. It's very distracting. I lose my place. But 40 minutes a day, you'll get through stuff. But still, the best book yet I have found on Audible is that Ghosts of Canai. I mean, just nothing even comes close. Nothing even comes close. And that's just a combination of the story and the narrator. The narrator is superb. That guy deserves an award named after him. But it doesn't mean I don't like to read. So I'll hop around and I'll look at my reference material and stuff like that. But sit down and, read this guy did that and this guy did the other thing. And I actually did an inventory on some troops for Belisarius, and I've picked up quite a few of them, and I almost have the whole army, but I'm still going to have to buy figures for that. So I don't know if we're going to roll into him after we're done with the Comnenians. The Comnenians. That's a tricky one. Ground texture? No, it is a replacement for the Liquitex brand. It's Vallejo ground texture, and this one's called Rough Gray Pumice. And this one is the one that's the closest to the other one. But this one's actually better. It's grittier. So it has more like little rocks that are in scale with the 15 millimeter figures. I like it better. I'm very happy with it. So, at some point, I don't know how long this stuff lasts. I may end up getting 3 or 4 bottles. I don't want to run out of this material, too. And the reason I switched is because the other stuff wasn't available anymore. And I was told that it was because it was not a sustainable material. It had resin parts or... I'm not buying that shit. I mean, how much of this stuff are you making? It's not like this stuff's going to end up in a landfill or anything. But that's what I was told by someone who was told that. So I don't want that to happen again with this material. But I'm very happy with it. That's the only reason I changed. I don't change and do things a different way just for the sake of doing things. I experience enough of that nonsense at work against my wishes. So, I'll change the way I do things if I'm unhappy with the current results or something like that. But just for busy work, that's just not me. Okay, that's enough rocks there. We'll rub the edges off. And we'll let this little guy dry. All right. That's the first. I'm not sure if that was an odd or an end. Stuff out of the way. All right. Why is it better than Liquitex? It's available. It has a grittier appearance. Let's see if I can show you. What the hell? I can't show you an example without the ground texture on it. So let me find one that we used, one of the materials, and then one that we used a different one. So the last army I did was, who the hell were they? Oh, my Transylvanian dudes. All right, so let me find some let me find a Transylvanian light horse, or Wallachian light horse, as they're called in the book. And let me find an Irish light horse. Because they both have rocks in them. They both have the same amount of spacing. And I don't know if you're going to be able to tell the difference. Let's see if I could do this. Let's bring this little thing up. And let's zoom. All the way in. All right. This is... Maybe I didn't. Maybe I used the new one on this one as well. All right. Let me grab something that's much older. All right. Look. French Ordnance. There's a light horse in my French Ordnance army. And it's over in the other room. Let me go grab that. That for sure is the old material. For sure. Now, I did this in a time when I didn't even use tufts or rocks. So just disregard how it looks. All right, now let me get... Man, I should have done this years ago when I didn't have to switch between glasses and stuff. Now, let's adjust the brightness so it ain't so damn bright. I think it's this button. Let's brightness this down. There we go. That's a little bit better. Okay. All right. So this is a light horse. My French Ordnance Army, they used the Liquitex material. I'm going to have to be in between the two. Okay. And this is... This is the other material, which, by the way, there's a guy who did he compared Liquitex and Vallejo stuff side to side, and these two were the closest. So when I was happy with this, and I still am happy with this. I wanted like the closest thing, because if I have to expand, if I had to, add more stands, I don't want them to look dramatically different. So you can see they're really close, but I don't know if it turns out. Let's look down this. Let's look down in this corner here. This corner over here. Can we get closer? The human eye really is an amazing thing. I can see things that there's no way I can show you on video. It may not even come out. Let's see if I can find an equivalent spot there. It's finer. There's much finer rocks and stuff. What I'm seeing on the screen is not what I'm seeing in person. It's not necessarily inaccurate. There's all kinds of like little rocks and stuff in there. The little ones, not these larger ones. And but as you can see, you can't tell. They're not that different. Whereas, if I needed to make another stand of them or anything, you wouldn't be able to include them. in the Army. But I do like this Vallejo material. I think it dries a tiny little bit faster. I could be wrong, which is always a plus. And I'm not sure which one I used for the Irish. I think I used the new one. I don't know. I didn't think I was using it for that long. But, yeah. So I had the Liquitex is supposedly not available anymore. So that's the only reason I switched. So, okay, an Irishman, a Frenchman, and a Wallachian walked into a bar. Okay, let's put these guys back before I got stuff strewn all over the place. So they aren't that much different. If you can find the Liquitex and you're happy with it, find it. I just haven't been able to I haven't been able to order it or anything with it. And when I wasn't able to come across what was going on with it, the lady was told by the distributors that it's not being carried anymore. Let me go put these French guys back. So I don't know how accurate that is, but that's what someone told me that was told that. What is that, like third or fourth hand information? Who knows? Okay. Where is the little envelope? Did I not bring it in here? We're going to need scissors in the envelope. I'll be right back. So this is my mandatory trip to Walgreens to print these things out. This is something I just do in PowerPoint. I'm not a wizard or anything in PowerPoint. I just kind of fumble around and do it. I can pretty much fumble around, and if the program is done correctly, I can figure out how to do it just by trial and error. If it's not done correctly, like Microsoft Word, I just refuse to use it. All right. So these are the little things that I do, and they're just little mementos that I just give out to. Here's the ones we got. We got Asian Persuasion, and Collision Course, and Fast and Furious. What else we got here? Blazing Chariots, and a 3.0 open. And we have a 25 millimeter open, even though I'm not involved in that one at all. I may play in it, but that's Marty's baby. So he said, well, people have been asking to play DBA in 25 millimeter. How much you want to bet nobody shows up to play it? Hey, I'm all for doing different scales, but you know, one thing that I learned about tournaments is people will be like, hey, I'm going to be there. I'm not meeting you, Randy. I'll be there. And then they don't show up. So, Hobby Lobby has it on their website, comes in a tube. I do not know what that, really, in a tube? I'd like to upscale my basing, however, I'm concerned about new bases not matching my older stuff. Clay, welcome. Good evening. This might be off topic. All right. Have you ever gamed any of those Axis and Allies games that can be seen at the bottom shelf at Mitch's? Which ones are they? We have played Axis and Allies. Axis and Allies is, in my opinion, a good two-player game. You add more people to that, it just takes too long for your turn to come around. We have quite a bit. Not quite a bit. I played Axis and Allies a lot before Mitch even showed up on the scenes. I've played it so much that it's like, I'm not really interested in playing anymore. Of all of them, the ones that are the best, of those Axis and Allies type games, the Pacific one's pretty good. The Pacific one's pretty good because both sides can be on the offense. Both sides have offensive things to do. I thought there was a pair of scissors I took here with me. It's a good thing I'm semi-organized. I wouldn't find jack shit then. I took a pair of scissors. Did I leave them over there? All right, we'll find another pair of scissors. Because he's never cut to the right size, ever. And the World War I one isn't bad either. Although, you know, I think they call it Axis and Allies still, which, you know, should be Central Powers and Entente or something, you know. But I think they're a good two-player game. It just takes too long to play. It just takes too long for your turn to come back around. So the worst thing in a game is that the people playing it aren't interested in playing it. Oh, I found the scissors, so of course now they fit. Maybe Walgreens changed the size that they're making their pictures now. So all I do is I make something out of PowerPoint, and I go to the dollar store, unfortunately, and buy a El Cheapy frame, and you know, and it's just a photo. It's just a photo. If you win the event and you want a nicer frame, well, that's on you. But there you go. It's just a little thing that you can put up on the wall and remember the good times you had with other folks. Anyhow, so I've got, what, 5 of these to do? Other Axis and Allies games that we played the Napoleon in Europe a few times, where my Austrians just whooped ever-loving ass on everybody. So I have a soft spot for Austrians. But I was doing most of the fighting. A lot of people were just kind of sitting around, you know, because one guy jumped on me, so I got to play in that. And then another guy tried to capitalize on beating me, and that didn't work out well for him. So I got a lot of action. Some people were kind of bored. So I didn't think that game was boring, but then I was being pounced on by everybody. What else have we played? We played History of the World. I actually owned a copy of History of the World, and unfortunately, it's not the game I thought it was. I thought you'd spend more time playing each nationality than actually the way it is. It's kind of just a scoring game. 3.0 open. You can bring any army to that one. But most of the games on there, we haven't played. He had Command and Colors Napoleonics, and he had that for a long time before he played it. I'm not opposed to playing other games. I just don't want to be the lead guy on learning the rules. So if you're going to teach me how to play the game... Oh, really? Well, that's what happens when these things are made in China. I think this one still might be able to salvage this one. All right, what tournament am I not going to win so we can pass this? That's the next one. The Chariot one. Oh, man. It's a work day. I can use a laugh. It's actually a nice one. Yeah, it's just a standard 4x6 size, so, you know. Using Viejo texture, it does dry a whole lot faster. A whole lot faster? I don't know. I haven't noticed any. It's a better product. You can use a wet brush to smooth it out also. It's been a good 25 years since I've played it. Only one version back then. Yep. My friends now play Axis and Allies know what to do. First turn with Germans in Japan. Yeah, I know. And pretty much win on their first turn. How about SSI? Red Star or White Star? Well, don't know about that one. The standard game, most fun. If I have to play a standard game, I want to play Russia, because if you have somebody who doesn't know what they're doing with Russia, the game's over. Russia's basically has the whole. I mean, yeah, it depends on other people, but if you misplay Russia, the game's over with. You know, and it's real simple. All you got to do is just build infantry and husband your units that you shouldn't be able to afford to buy again. So, and playing the U.S. is just boring as shit. Totally boring as shit. But I like the Japanese one. The European one is kind of just like the standard game. It all happens in Russia. The game's decided in Russia. I had never played the Guadalcanal one or the Normandy one. I played the World War I one a couple times. I don't mind those games. I just think it just takes a while to... That scale of game I'm not a huge fan of, okay? Like, I had a friend of mine growing up, and a war game friend of mine, and his favorite game was Rise and Decline in the Third Reich. And I'd punch somebody in the face before I'm playing that again. It's GURPS and LURPS and FERPs and TERPs, and, you know, it's not nice to look at. It's too strategic for my taste. You know, it takes forever for your turn to come back around. Just nothing. There's nothing worthwhile in that game for me. And I remember when I first started wargaming. Of course, I've started wargaming a lot later than many of you because I only just turned 50 now. So I remember the game that everybody, and I've never played it, but everybody said it took forever, was Civilization. And I never played it. And I wouldn't want to play it now, but that was the game that was just, at that time, everybody was like, man, this game takes forever. And I'm like, why would I play that? I mean, when I could play a computer version of that with people, you know, you don't have to play against the computer, but not against counter board games. I just don't want to spend 4 hours setting up a game. Oh, this is a nice combination of colors. Collision Course. We got to do this stuff anyways, and we got to wait for that thing to dry out, so. Red Star, White Star was a great game. I've never played an SSI game. They were out of business before I started wargaming. It's their own fault. They should have stayed in business. The first war game I ever played, I don't know the name of the company who made it. It was a game called Bar-Lev. And people claim it's the ugliest map ever. I disagree. It's not the ugliest map ever. It is just weird colored. For only a 2-color map, it's a weird color. But I think it's a great game. I had a great time playing it. I've had delusions of grandeur and thinking about buying it again and playing it on my own terms. I was, I think, 15 when I first played it. Played the Egyptians. And but, you know, I'm not going to have time to do that. It keeps me from painting figures. Asian Persuasion. Okay. Here's all these. And put them somewhere that I don't forget to bring them, because one show I actually didn't bring them, and that was a pain in the ass. Do all the work and then you can't hand them to people. But you know what I like to say? If you don't like how I do it, then you can do it. Volunteer yourself. I already got enough on my plate. I'm doing a plenty. What is this, some woodland scenic stuff that Mitch didn't want? He handed me stuff that's probably 40 years old. I don't know if we'll find a use for that. All right, what's in here? Phone mount for my car. All right, that doesn't belong there. I'm telling you, this is going to be odds and ends. Odds and ends stuff, picking up things. All right, we're done with that. These guys are, you guys dried yet? But you said this stuff was a lot faster. I think it's slightly faster. No, you mentioned Panzer Blitz. I played Panzer Leader a little bit. So it's the same thing. Avalon Hill's Third Reich. Yep, that's the one. I hate that game. I detest that game. I think my copy, I actually threw it away. Or I sold it. I don't know. I think I'm going with a late Athenian 2-5B for the open match. I like Spear Armies. I've done really well with that army. I think I'm like 14-2 with it. I don't own it, and that's an army that I should build it, because as soon as I build it, it has a great winning record. I can feel good about it. I got a couple of elements painted for it. No, you mentioned ASL once or twice. I was playing Squad Leader before there was ASL. Tons of counters. I played both. And after I played ASL, I like it a lot better than Squad Leader. White Star was a Panzer Blitz type game set up with the Warsaw Pact attack in 19 NATO in the 70s. Okay. Yeah, I never played it. Considered making the con this weekend. Really? You live nearby? I don't remember. I'm a retired airline employee. I fly for free. Oh, well, there you go. All the flights are full, coming and going. Maybe the big one in July. Historicon. Yeah, that's the big one. Flights seem like they're full all the time now. I remember when they used to be, you could like pick your seat, but now I'm like, I always worry if there's enough oomph on takeoff. I don't like to fly. I don't get air sick. I don't like putting my life in somebody else's hands. So obviously. But I do look out the window and stuff like that. Hey, all it takes is some scotch and I'm good, El Paso. I had a buddy of mine, the original Mitch, that lived in El Paso, and he didn't like his stay there very much. He didn't care for his stay there much, but he was on Uncle Sam's dime here. What do we have here? What do I have, like a skull? Oh, that's when we were talking about the technical pens or whatever. All right, what's next? Well, we got Castle Brand to do. We've got this big, the fort that we were working on this morning. I hate using this surface primer because I get this stuff on me anyways, and I'm really anal retentive about not getting messy when I'm painting, because it just takes time away from other stuff. It's not that I'm a neat freak or anything like that, but it takes time away from doing other things. So I actually went in the garage and picked up some of the stuff from work. Actually, they were getting rid of it. I'm like, hey, could you use this? I'm like, hell yeah, I could use it. This is like a ceiling tile, and I think this would actually make, let me make sure there's not a crack in it. This would actually make a good base for this. But I gotta worry out how to cut this damn thing. So I don't know that I'm gonna take this on right now, because that is just gonna be something that I'm not gonna be able to finish. And if I'm not gonna be able to finish something, I'd rather not even start it. This is weird. And I actually, today I looked. I'm not sure who made this. I looked for JR Mini. If anybody knows who makes this particular thing, let me know. I'd like to see a copy of it built. Mitch has had it probably for 30 freaking years and never did anything with it. And I offered to paint it for him. This is some kind of minaret that had some kind of a topping on it that he didn't give me, so who knows whatever happened to it. But if you could tell me who the hell makes this, that might be able to help me identify I've got many of these, so if I screw the bottom of this up, I'm not particularly worried about it. But this, having this loose and falling all over the place is just going to be a disaster. So let's see what kind of a footprint this thing has. It's something like this. So if we keep the corners kind of where they're at. I don't want to use power tools, and I may end up having to use power tools. I bet this is a bitch to cut. Well, you know how you find out how difficult this is to cut? Let's take a corner off. It's got like chalk or something in it. All right. Yeah, it looks like it has a crease or something. Let's try doing something. How far in are we? I want the bottom side flat. 2 inches? Okay. Find out how much of a bitch this thing is to deal with. And it may be more than I care to take on this time. I know I've got a long ruler, but who knows where the hell it is. So there's lots of other things that work like a ruler. Not that side. That one's been cut on. Let's see how difficult it is to score this. And then break it off. It seems like this is a material that could potentially work. Let's do a couple more. I have a big one here. Now the big ones are dull as shit that I have. Pretty much just killing time until that frickin' basing on that thing's done. Kind of looks like Old Glory. Really? Old Glory makes that kind of stuff? Scroll a little bit more. I bet I need to do. I bet I know exactly what I need to do. I bet I need to do it like this. Okay. Make sure the footprint's still good. Yep. And let's do the same thing on this side. Let's get rid of this. Well, we'll hold on to it. We may need it for something else. That's how you collect a bunch of junk, right? Don't throw shit away. How far in is this? Like 2 inches as well? Doesn't have to be square. Old Glory, huh? You should see their Alamo Fortress. I'll have to take a look at one of those. Is that on the Old Glory 15mm side, or the one that's, or the other one? It's probably the other one that has a bunch of, like, they have like 1/600 scale ACW ships and bigger stuff too. They've got some stuff like HMS Warrior, and I think they even have some Austrian Prince Dreadnought ships or whatever. And we'll stay on the top of this, so it's not like freaking skating on ice. It's almost like it doesn't have the right pieces, because it doesn't make sense that nothing seems right on this. And here's what I'm talking about. If you put this wall up next to this one, right next to it, right? Then there's not a battlement that goes all the way to the end. It's, you know, you could just shoot at guys that are up here like defending the wall. If you have it tie in here, then you're blocking this little door that's there, here at the bottom. So it's like, it's obvious that this overlap here goes like this, okay? And the question is, that you're going to overlap that one or this one. And these are both exactly the same resin piece. These two are the same piece. So it doesn't really matter which one of those two I've got. So I'm pretty sure that it goes like, well, it doesn't necessarily have to go that way, but I'm gonna end up blocking another thing. All right, what if I don't block it? What if I leave it like that? And we tie this one in like this. What am I left with? I'm left with this that fits in like this. And maybe this is the way it needs to go. I think I just answered my own question. I think this is how it needs to go. Okay, you said I need to look at Old Glory? All right, let's look at Old Glory. They go smaller as well. All right. I can't take you guys along with me because I'm not competent when it comes to stuff like that. Like I said, I'm a painter, not a videographer. The fact that I've gone this far is just a freaking miracle. So let's go to Old Glory. Miniatures. It's not on the Old Glory that I normally go to, which would be 15mm. That's the 19th century miniatures, which are actually here in the U.S. And they carry all of their 15mm stuff that I'm particularly interested in. So let's go to buildings. And it's got to be 10 mil. That's what the choices are. Oh man, multiple pages. Why doesn't it give me an option to show every single one of them on the same page? Next. Next. Castle Keep, $48. Holy crap. Next. Roman Marching Fort. Next. It's none of those. Shipyard. How about accessories? No. No, I don't think it's one of these. Judging by the size of these openings, this has got to be 6 mil. I did 6 mil, Arab City, all kinds of different stuff, and I just came up empty-handed. Every time I came up with, tried to do something. So, well, I think we solved how it goes on here. So, let's take some sandpaper and sandpaper this down. Well, we're gonna make a mess. There's where my dice are. Well, at least they're not Legos. We'll get them later. Dude, that one should probably do the trick. See something maybe a little bit more abrasive than that. Yeah, I can't wait this out here. I'm gonna go nuts. All the dice that are the ones that never show up for games. I don't even collect them. It's just you can't help but collect. You can't help but have a bunch of dice after you've been playing for 30 some odd years. Like I said, it's unscripted. You never know what's going to happen. I think that's all. Hey there, Harvey. Good morning. I don't know about all that. I got stuff I got to do tonight. Rough this up some. That little vacuum cleaner's never going to make it up to my car. It's more needed here. Makes that much of a difference, but I'll give it a good English try. All right. Does stuff cause cancer? I'm gonna die from a heart attack. I hope. Okay. Whew. Let's see how the vacuum cleaner does with that. Told you this was odds and ends. I just don't know how odd it was gonna get. Yeah, not bad. this fits on here nicely. Let's take these corners off. I'm clipping corners. That wasn't even a thing when I was playing counter chip war games. I do like the way they look, though. Can we say asbestos? I don't know what the hell's in this, but I work at a cement plant, so I think I'm okay. I don't breathe that shit in, though. You know, I always wanted a Dremel tool, and I don't have one. And I don't think it would be very useful because it just spins way too fast for the stuff that we're doing. We're doing some really fine detail stuff that doesn't need that kind of horsepower. It really doesn't. Just take some of the big edges off. It's a nice thing when you make something for Mitch, who has no talent when it comes to doing shit like this. I can do a shitty job, and it's still going to look like a miracle for him. Nah, I don't want to do a shitty job, just because it's not for me. No matter how bad a job I can do, it's still better than what he would do. That's comforting. Okay. There's like chalk or some shit in between this. Now, as long as I'm not cutting corners. Literally cutting corners. I think that's good enough for him. Let's see, government work. I don't know anything about government work, fortunately. Okay, let's one more pass of the sucker upper, and then we should be good. Let me go take a little wet rag. Just a little wet paper towel should probably do it. Those two little pieces we definitely won't need. Yes, I've taken a magic eraser to this before because I hate having little things on here that are distracting. Even with as careful as I am, there's still tiny little flicks of black paint that sometimes find their way on it. Just get a black one and be done with it. I actually never bought this one. This is one that I commandeered from work. They said, hey, do you want to use this? And I'm like, I do, but I don't want to leave it here. I want to take it home. You have a problem with that? Nah, go take it home. So I didn't even buy it. These things are expensive. They're $20, $30, $40. I don't cut on it. And I didn't even buy it. I don't want to have to replace it. All right. That's good enough. That's good enough for now. I started a lot earlier than you said. That's right. I decided I'm not going to the gym today. I did not want to... I need to make more headway before the girls get back. I can always go to the gym when they're here. Okay, I don't know if sanding the top of this made a damn bit of difference, because it sure didn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it. All right, we finally figured out how we're going to do this, right? We got this piece that goes here, and we'll epoxy all this shit on here, so it's not going to come apart on us when we don't want to. Nope, went like this. And then this one goes here. So you just cover up this the little doorway and just move on. So it's going to go like this. It's going to go like so. And the opening's there. I don't know how the epoxy is going to stick to this. It just, I don't think I budged on it at all. I could flip it to the other side. It's less slippery, but I want to use I'm going to put a little sheet magnet on the bottom of this, and I didn't want to put this one down because the sheet magnet was going to be an issue. Let's see, is this? I guess this is better. Yeah, it's probably hopeless to do that. I probably need to do it face down like this. And openings there. Setting up Brazen Chariot Scenario 5 Operation Battle Axe would have been here from the start. You saw some old glory Sarmatians. Looked like TTG Miniatures ordered them, turned out being 10 mil. Dope! Just back from the gym. Oops, spelt the pub wrong again. Love it. I like to talk about alcohol more than drinking. Not that I have anything against it. I know some people are addicted to it and it's a real problem. Not me. It's not in my blood. I don't think that's ever going to be an issue for me. As a matter of fact, I don't remember the last time I went to a game over at Mitch's and had a drink. It's just too late. It's not a big part of my life. I just don't want somebody telling me I can't have a drink. You can't drink here. What? We'll see about that. That goes against my religion of freedom. All right, let's get Mr. and Mrs. Epoxy out. Which I have used the living hell out of, and it just seems to never put a dent on that bottle. I still have a piece out here. Yeah. That cardboard stuff's great stuff. I got everybody at the office. I've got them trained. Don't throw any of that cardboard away. I can use it. You could go for a good bourbon or Irish whiskey. It's still chilly here with some rain. You know, it was cool today. It wasn't cold, it was cool, so you figured how that stuff work goes together. Yeah, Either that or I'm missing pieces. It's still missing a minaret. It's still missing a minaret. I wonder how much you can be off by and the epoxy still work. I'm guessing about 10%. So in other words, you're supposed to have 50-50 of these materials. I think if you've got 60-40, it's still going to cure okay. This is a thick one. I remember epoxy when I was a kid didn't work worth a damn. It's much better now. Meaning not work worth a damn because, like it wouldn't seal, it wouldn't cure properly. Maybe I just wasn't holding my mouth right. Could put some rubble on the base, make it look like it got knocked off by a catapult. Nah, I'm going to build it out of green stuff. I just don't know what I'm going to do yet. But the Byzantines aren't going to wait until this is done. This is just kind of an in-between project. I just don't want to start working on the Byzantines until after the con. There's just no point in getting all wound up. All right. Let's take the glasses off so I can see what the hell I'm doing. All right, first things first. Let's make sure that wall is straight. This is extremely forgiving what I'm doing. Get these air bubbles and stuff. This is going to be really wet, and then it's going to cure super, super fast. And I actually found a supplier today looking for the names of this stuff that makes 6mm Arab type buildings 3D printed, and they look really, really cool. So I like Middle Eastern stuff. I just don't want to live there. All right. And then we do some gap filling shit in the corners too. I love epoxy. I use it for so many things. Now that it's worth a damn. Super glue, I don't use for anything. I just don't have any confidence in it anymore. We used it back in the day because that's all we had, but now there's so many more things that I'm a lot happier with. sure this is all like tight. Oh, this overhangs a little bit farther out. Sticks out a little bit farther. Okay. Make sure there's no gap in there. It might smuggle pork in there, you know what I mean? Temptations. All right, I think this should do it. How heavy is this thing? It's not too bad. We're going to magnetize the bottom. I don't know if it'll help, but it won't hurt. What did I miss? What is great here today? Cool, low humidity. You could put some rubble on the base, make it look like it got knocked off by... Oh, I already read that part. Yeah, I don't ever use a Dremel. You know, I wanted to get a Dremel. It doesn't need that kind of horsepower. This stuff doesn't need that kind of horsepower. All right, so we're going to let this set. So another thing we can't do anything with. Okay. And Mitch doesn't watch this, so he won't know anything about it until it's freaking done. But I think it's big enough. It has a courtyard that you could, if you get a couple different Arab buildings, you could turn it into a city, a walled city. I've got the little hamlet one, which is really, really cute. I think that's a JR Miniatures one. Is it over here? And it's definitely 6 mil. I had this for my North Africa stuff when I was doing micro armor, and of course it never materialized or did anything with it at the time. And I think this is JR Miniatures. So yeah, you put a couple buildings here in the middle, and you turn it into a city. Just need to do some kind of a minaret type thing there. Doesn't have to be anything really complicated. It could be... I think I know exactly what I could use. It was almost like a little topper. It'd be perfect for it. Anyways, not something that I'm going to get involved in right now in manufacturing that. But yeah, I just think gluing some little plastic thing up here, just something that has like a little top on it to be done. Almost like, well, we're not going to use a bullet casing, but almost like a bullet casing. Something even smaller than that. Should work fine. I'm sure there's lots of little things you could do. Couple JR rubber fields. NM. I do use my Dremel quite a bit. 1/3 visco models. Could use pink SF film. That'll work well. Well, it's got to be Mitch durable. So it's got to be able to be durable for Mitch. Maybe even something like... It just can't be recognizable, whatever it is. Be like, oh, that's the top of a paint bottle. Something. To be continued. To be continued. This is one of these things, though, if it ever hits the ground, the shock of it is going to make it all pop off of this base. So, good thing is anytime I've ever made something for somebody, they take really good care of it. Usually better than I do. I'm sometimes careless with my stuff, unfortunately. I get in a hurry and then I'm... All right, you basing thing, are you done yet? Let's see what we got. Oh, it's coming along. It's coming along. It's coming along. All right. What's next? Castle Brand? All right. Castle Brand as a base. Specifically, this thing makes an unholy mess. Pink foam. So we're putting this at the top of a hill. I don't think this tall. I think this is extreme. And then of course it'll be, yeah, I think it's too tall. I mean, I don't want to really cut this in half right now. Let's see what we got. You know what I have? And I came across it finding the, here it is. Here's that damn piece. I've been kicking around the floor. I have no idea what the hell it's for. I literally have no idea what the hell this is for. This. I think we're going to use that. I have no idea what the hell this goes to. How about the other way? One of those two. We're going to glue this thing down. Good, I found it. I have no idea what the hell that goes to. Oh. Something I bought at IKEA and I haven't used it yet. Not knock down the damn dice again. One of the most expensive things here in the United States, considering what it is very expensive. And is very inexpensive in the UK, so I understand it. What could it be? Except it's inexpensive at IKEA. And, of course it's made in China, sons of bitches. Cork. Cork is extremely expensive here in the United States for what it is. I've probably had this, I don't know, 4 years, 5 years. Never done anything with it. Tacom. What brand is Tacom? Smell funny? Should, it's made in China. So we're going to stack this stuff. At least we think we are. And I have no idea what I'm doing here, okay? But I know that I'll be able to fix whatever the hell it is that I do. Oh, this one's old. We can wait on liquids a little while. Let's cut this in half. Half-ish. Let's cut it again in half. Ish. Okay, now let me pop this up so I can see what the hell I'm doing. Sadly, you think it's a Chinese company. Yeah. Well, I did 1/35th scale. This company called Trumpeter wasn't around anymore. They weren't exported yet, and all their shit's Chinese. This is about the height I want. And I think This would work fine as a base. I don't think I need to do anything to it at all. I mean, we're going to end up having base material over it, you know. Let's do this. Let's be a little bit more precise. I'm fine with it on this side. Let's come in about here. Let's take that. I've never cut cork before. Where were we? We were like this. Okay, make sure we like that. We do. So yeah, I picked this up at one of our trips to IKEA a couple years ago and done nothing with it. I'm gonna say probably misplaced it. Let's hold on to this stuff. We can reuse all those goodies. All right. They're close enough to the same size. There's one bigger. Yeah, okay, well that one will be the one on the bottom. So this side can be pretty much fairly sheer. Well, let's take a step back. Let's see if I just had it at this height. Would I be happy with that? Because there's no reason it has to be freaking towering. It might end up being better. And I don't really care. I've looked at the pictures of the royal castle. I'm not going to try to match it up exactly like that. You know what would work well? This should work well. And then we'll coat this in something so all these little bits don't fall off. This is not difficult. I'm just trying to be careful because if a piece comes off, I don't want to have to try to fix it. Hey, I get another shot at it. I get 2 shots. And this is, I don't have a camp for my Hungarians either. So this will double as that. fine with it being super craggy on the side. Don't invade this place if you're not prepared. So a lot of entrances to castles sometimes do a 90-degree turn. That's so you have to follow the damn castle wall. I'm guessing on your approach. So they get to nail you with shit on your approach. So we're going to kind of do the same thing here. Yeah, I think twice as high is just too much. I think it's just too much. Now, let me look at this because I haven't really looked at it. Soften this edge a little bit. All right. We're going to keep these big bits. Toss all this other stuff. I've never done this before. I don't know what I'm doing, but I have a clue. When it comes to creative stuff like this, I can say that. If it's like handyman stuff, no. No, because things should be a lot easier than they are, and they're not. I'm artsy. All right. Now, the problem with this thing is going to be, is it going to be durable enough? Will it be durable enough? Well, this is. You're not going to break this thing. This thing is, out of control durable. Am I going to have a highlight reel for the con? Maybe. I'll take a lot of pictures and maybe we can put them in a video. I've actually never done one of those. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. The one time I wanted to not film. So I got a couple of things that I've never gotten to use at a con. One of them is one of those devices that, what's the name for it? That it balances out and it's a stabilizer. It's called something else. I forget what it's called. And I got it for my last phone, which I had to switch up just before the pandemic. So it never went to a con. And the other thing is a little wagon to carry all our shit in, which I got just before the pandemic, which means it's never made it to a con. So I'm looking forward to doing those two things. This weekend. I probably won't use the what's it called? The spindle? No, I forget what it's called. That's my new normal. I'm already going to see now. All right, we're gonna go get something else to drink. I'll be right back, and then we'll attempt to coat that in something. Gimbal is what it's called. A gimbal. That's the word. Trundle. Yeah. 7 people just sitting at the edge of their seat. Welcome, welcome. Odds and ends here. Magnetic sheeting. I have a piece of magnetic sheeting. In order to avoid that from happening, I'm going to put them somewhere where they're not going to cause any trouble. Like there, hopefully. All right, magnetic sheeting is this. I have a lot of it. This is some. Now let's just confirm. It's not very magnetic, but it's something. And it doesn't need to go to the perimeter of it or anything. So if we do something like this, something like that, that should be sufficient. Here's the other one and there's the other one. Okay. Want to keep it inside the footprint of it, otherwise it looks stupid. Well, that's pretty freaking close. Let's kill these corners while we're at it. Now, I don't think this is going to have any long-term advantage. But right now, I can see it could be useful. Because it'll hold on to this thing while I'm gooping this. Now, I probably could just use white glue. You know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to use white glue because I don't necessarily want this goop of that same texture everywhere. The whole thing will end up turning into the same texture all over the place. So we're just going to use white glue to seal this thing up. PVA. I think this is all the PVA I have, so let's see if we can save some time by just applying it directly. And let's get a brush we do not love. One of these square, how about one of these square brushes that are damn near useless? Is it too small? Might be too big. We're going to put this on it, and then we'll do the traditional goop in select places where we want it, because I may want this particular cork texture that it has in certain places. This is just pretty much just to hold this shit together. Because then what we'll do is we'll glue this the fortress on. Now let me think about that. I need to paint the fortress before it's on here. Yeah, I know exactly what I'm going to use for that. We can start working it. We can start working on the castle then while this is drying. Who is it that uses PVA for everybody? The Terrain Tutor. Terrain Tutor has a woody for it. I don't like the fact that it can reactivate. And that it takes a long time to dry. That guy still make videos? I haven't watched his stuff in a long time. I think he's extremely animated. He's very entertaining to watch. He did a coastline one time. I thought it was really, really good. You know, this stuff is just tricks. It's all trickery. This was a lot better making this than out of the pink foam. Because the pink foam will get dented too. If you hit it with something, you will end up putting like a rut in it. And we're going to go ahead and soak this in there as well. And this stuff will bounce back. I hope. Yeah, I think double height is just too tall. You know, I don't want this to look like it gets a +8 for defense. I don't want to glue this on here because I'm going to have to twist around from different viewpoints in that castle to get it painted correctly, to be able to get all the nooks and crannies that are in it. And yes, we will still paint this black. That's my primer coat. I'm a devout follower of painting things black as the undercoat. Okay, there we are. Here's our thing, and this will sit on here like so. I'm inspiring you to build a castle now. Good. That's what I'm here for, inspiring you. I watch other people's stuff and get inspired by it. You know? Rules talks about needing roads coming out from forts. Why does that matter? Rules talks about needing roads coming out from forts. I don't know. Mel still makes videos, yeah. He's entertaining to watch. He's got a lot of energy, you know. I haven't been watching him recently. I think he's got some kind of condition, he said, or something like that, and he stopped making them for a while. So I hope he's okay. He seems a bit eccentric, but actually he seems like a guy who'd be a lot of fun to game with. He's got a lot of energy. And, you know, as long as you don't put your energy into nefarious purposes, you know. You need to paint it black while listening to Paint It Black by the Stones, which is my favorite song by them. I'm not a big fan of the Stones, but yeah. That's one of those Vietnam songs. That one and Fortunate Son. Okay. Here we go. I should take pictures along the way, but yeah, I can't. I'm filming. Okay. Let's take this off and let's go get the thing that's going to assist us. All right, let's check in on the horses. How we doing? Nope. Still too soft. Right. Let's go get our, I think I know where this thing is. Well, let's check one place first. No, it's not there. All right, it's got to be in the closet. Of course it's in the closet. Why would it not be in the closet? Now, where in the freaking hell in the closet is it? And there's a specific device that I bought. I don't use it very often. But when I do use it, it's extremely handy. That's not it. Here it is. Here it is. Helping Hands, I think is what this thing's called. And because this thing is not hollow and has spots that'll grab it, it's nice because you can grab onto it and not mess up your finish. Ruby Tuesdays, good too. Not sure I know what that one is. I probably do. But the restaurant? Ruby Tuesday, the restaurant. A restaurant, well, I don't think I've ever had a good meal there. There's a few of those. You know, some places you wonder, like, how the hell are they still in business, you know? All right. I believe Castle Bran is an off-white color. So let's just take a little... I'm telling you, we're jumping all over the place. We don't need the Old Glory miniatures anymore. We should just be able to do... Castle Bran as opposed to Raisin Bran. Oh, it's Bran Castle. Oh, excuse me. Right. Yep. Off-white it is. I don't know. I'm going to have to tinker with the roof color. I don't want it to look... I like the way it's... I like how it's depicted with like a terracotta colored roof. It just looks a bit too Mediterranean for me. And don't get me wrong, I love Mediterranean look, but, you know, it doesn't exactly look sinister. Now, one of these walls on it is a rock wall. Okay? And it is... So it's going to be different. It has like a stucco type finish, but one of them... I think it's this one. I think it's this one is actually, we're going to paint it a little different. Why am I having so much trouble finding it? Here it is. Transylvania Tour. Yeah, that's this one. This particular one is like brick. Like exposed brick all the way around. So it's going to be grayish. So everything's going to be... what color are we going to make the ground? What's the ground look like there? It doesn't have to be exactly this place. But, okay, this looks like it's a rock face. Okay, so we're going to start off with... That's plenty wet. I'm not gonna change for this. We're gonna let this one roll. All right. Oh, this one looks pretty cool. Okay, let's minimize this. Just go back to the screen that we're working on here. My helping hands have a magnifying glass. I took mine off. I have built-in magnifying glasses in my nearsighted vision that I have to use all the time now. All right. So what color is the terracotta going to end up, the finish on the side going to end up being? It's probably something like silver gray. So let's take this silver gray and add black to it and just slop all over it. We're going to slop it on. All over the damn place. Let's get crazy. Gonna pop off for a few minutes. Need to get something to eat. Be back in a few. All right. I'm so used to doing this and mixing black instead of like, I mean, I've got so many freaking tones. I could just dial it up. I'm just so used to not doing that. So, habits. All right, what's a brush we don't love anymore? Maybe this one. I'm sure we're gonna have to open this back up again. All right. Is that black alive? Yeah, we have some black that's alive there. The thing I hate about this thing is there's no rubber parts on it. So it's metal on metal, so it likes to loosen up at the most inopportune times. Told you we were just going to slop it on. See, this is loose now too. I think this stuff is supposed to be, it's pewter. This material that this is made out of. The inside of the courtyard is going to be the fun part. Not. I don't necessarily want to get this on the roof. If I do, I'm going to have to paint over it anyways, but there's just no reason to go out of your way to. Stuff's not going on there very thick, so we're not covering up any detail. And depending on how this turns out, I may get more of these. This is kind of the guinea pig for all of it. They make probably a dozen for sure, maybe a dozen and a half of these different things. Well, they make quite a few of them. The question is, are they appropriate for DBA nationality or what have you? This is the one that's going to be painted a slightly different color, so there's no reason to go crazy on that one. We can just kind of avoid it. Okay, let's go around over here. And it doesn't necessarily have to be this particular castle, because I'm not doing the landscape on it as if it was, so it's inspired by that. All right. That's, I think, close enough. We've got to brighten anything up. We can get in there and hand paint those little areas. All right. Next, let's use something smaller. One of these stupid square-bladed ones. And a little bit more controlled dry brush. Turned in earlier this week. No, on Monday morning. Turned in the games that we're going to run at Historicon. I think there's a total of 9 events. Let's see, let's count them. 1 on Wednesday, 3 on Thursday, 3 on Friday. That's 7. 2 on Saturday. Yeah. Yep. 9 events. So. Assuming we go and they don't pull a fast one. Like, oh, now everybody's gotta wear skirts or something. Oh, I have this propped up higher than I should. Can I put a grill light in the tower? That was the Virgin Tower. What was that? What was the name of that place? Castle. I'd like to stay here with a peril. No, it's too perilous. Bet you're gay. No, not. I don't remember what the Virgin Castle was called. The tower. It was a tower. That's what it was. We've already got one, and it's a very nice. My daughter loved that. She only saw it one time for whatever reason. She really enjoyed it, and she was little when she saw it. Well, she didn't see the scene with the Virgin Castle. Okay, all the other stuff. She really liked it. I didn't have to twist her arm or anything. And this is the wall we're going to paint a little differently. Actually, I didn't have to because, like I said, this is just inspired by that castle. It's not necessarily that one. Because when this thing shows up, you know, the other parts of the battlefield aren't going to look like whatever's around that actual castle in real life. You wiper of other people's bottoms. What was the name of that castle? Badzut. True story. The people that I work with had actually, in the days when there was, they had recorded it. So they had the movie playing, and they had taken a tape recorder to it. So I heard the movie before I ever saw any of it. I saw the movie relatively late. Meaning I probably saw it when I was 21 or something like that. I'd already heard it. I just didn't know what any of the scenes looked like. How you know he's a king? Ain't got shit all over him. I tell you what. If I had seen that in the movie theater, the way that movie ends, I'd have been pissed. I genuinely would have been pissed that it ended that way. Castle Anthrax. There you go. Dry brushing. No, dry brushing is a great technique which I use a lot. Really adds some depth to an otherwise flat surface. I don't use it very often. I use it on chainmail. I use wet dry brushing kind of on my basing technique. I'm doing it here. I think it's appropriate. I'd rather not spend 100 hours painting this. I could, but we have other things to do. Castle Anthrax. That's the one. I'm not one to remember lines in movies, but man, there's all these little quips in that. And I haven't seen that movie that many times. I've seen it maybe all the way through, maybe 3 times. But I've seen little bits and pieces there. You killed all my guests. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I would have been pissed if I'd seen that in a movie theater. What do you mean? What do you mean it's the end of the movie? I mean, how long did people sit in their seats before they realized, oh, this is like the end? It's not supposed to be the end, but it is. Yep. That's stuck in my head now. Yep. Yeah, my daughter generally liked it. Didn't even have to twist her arm. But we also have it on DVD with subtitles because the quality of it is just piss poor. It is just absolutely one of the worst quality movies I've ever seen. And how it's filmed, but it's a classic. All right, now we got to do the inside here, which is going to be a bit haphazard because you can't get to stuff and you can't see the stuff either. And like I said, I don't want to spend 100 hours painting this thing. And this is like the side of a building inside a courtyard. You know, you're not going to see much of it anyways. The roofs you are. We'll get crazy with the roofs, but oh man, the paint chipped by hitting this thing. All right, well, we'll fix that later. All right, let's just go straight this color and see what happens. And we may add some Nuln Oil in certain areas to bring it about. We're going to need more of this. I'm avoiding these rocks on purpose. And by the way, the thing I couldn't remember this morning when I was talking about steles is obelisks. Obelisks, talking about stuff in book 1 that there's not a lot of information written down. And obelisks. Juicers, as we like to affectionately call them. Sit up on this juicer. All right, how are we doing here? It's drying quicker than the other stuff. And I got the fan on high above me. It's severely constipated here. So we don't have necessarily a timetable for this. This doesn't have to get done by a certain time. Okay, that's part of the rock face, so we'll leave that alone. How long have we been on here? An hour and a half? Wow, 2 hours and 14 minutes. Well, it happens. You're back. You'll never believe what happened. Well, you were gone. I'd tell you, but you wouldn't believe it. Nah, nothing happened. You didn't miss a damn thing. All right, we may just leave this as is. not going to be able to tell what it looks like until we have some roofage done. Some roofage done. Oh, it looks so freaking bright. It doesn't look like that. Now this one wall we are going to paint differently. So let's go ahead and take care of that. We're going to use a dark brown. I don't believe it exactly. You'll never believe it. You're right, I won't. Exactly. Two viewers, people are dropping like flies. It's all right. You guys have something better to do. And we're going to use the same SS brown and paint the roofs on that. Okay. Now, of course, I put away all my brushes. So all the brushes I want to use are hidden back in here. We're going to have to use a pretty thin one. This one. And this one. I'm actually going to lose these big brushes right now because they make this container top heavy, and the last thing I want to do right now is stop what I'm doing to pick up 400 brushes. You two are also very big. No, it's not bright at all. The problem is it's the shine on here that makes it look so bright. It's not bright at all. It's fine on the brightness. And I may end up doing a wash, but I'm not there yet. I'm not sure if I'm going to go in that direction yet. Where is the famous drippings? Here we go. And do we have any black left over? We do. All right, so let's come over here and mix a really dark concoction and paint this one wall in that color. And this wall is supposed to be covered in brick. I suspect it's the same material that's on the other walls. It just doesn't have a skim coat on it. And then we're going to dry brush over it as well. But when we do that, the color that's underneath it is not black. So it's going to look a little lighter. What's the back side of this thing look like? It's covered by roof. Good. All right. Now, the roof color. Hopefully I don't have to mix one. What color is this? Mahogany brown. Yeah, we're gonna need to buy a new one of those soon, real soon. Real soon. How is the stream length? Am I gonna put a cork base on the actual base? I don't think so. I think that's gonna be the base, and it's drying up too. We're not going to mess with that until the morning. But again, that's not really a priority item. But I think we should be able to get it done for the convention. I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be able to. All right, I've had enough of this thing. Okay, so we're going to take this beautiful artwork. It's better than what's in most museums. It's not saying anything. We're going to add more water to this and get us a new piece of paper. Getting real low on these things. Well, it's lasted me a couple of years. How many got left? I got one more after this one. Okay. And I want to order them. I don't want to use parchment paper and hope to God it works. Love the way you stare at those bottles looking at the color. Am I going to put woodland scenic clump foliage on it and other terrain stuff? I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't. I'm going to wing it. I do not know. But this is just inspired by that castle, because this castle right now it's on a like hill, but there's taller mountains like around it, like really close to it. So, I mean, if you make it look exactly, there's no point in making the terrain look exactly like the terrain all the way around it, because even if you did that, you're not gonna be placing these difficult hills to look exactly like that. So you could take it too far. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna wing it. I don't have any. Geez, why are all these things giving me so much trouble coming out? You insolent pink bottle. It's probably low on it as well. There we go. There's one of them big turds. Big turd make me happy. Why did I put it in the middle? I'm an idiot. Should have put the brown over here. Oh well. These brushes I'm using are too good for. Yeah, let's let's use this one now. Then we can go in with that long ass one. All right, let's. Let's paint some roofages. Let's jack this up. Because I can't adjust this down very much. Even without spending an inordinate amount of time on this thing, I'm going to end up spending an inordinate amount of time on this thing. So, we just need to locate where all the roofs are, which there's a lot of them. And there's going to be some little parts we'll have to hand paint because the dry brush didn't do the correct job on them. Like these little stub outs. Those are probably going to be the same color as the finish on the rest of the house, but we can paint them by hand. Looks like my state is burning up. Anything worth doing is doing right, Tony, no matter how long it takes. Arizona has several fires. The desert's on fire! Look out! No, Arizona's got all kinds of stuff. They got snow and cacti and... I wouldn't have known if you didn't tell me, Kevin. I just don't listen to the news at all. I am just absolutely oblivious to everything going on. This is kind of like building a puzzle. It takes forever, but I don't have to unbuild the puzzle. It's done. This thing will turn. This thing is going to look great when it's done. It's going to take. It's going to take a bit of time getting it done. It's just going to take a little bit of time. I'm avoiding a few things because I'm not sure what color they are. Like these little stub outs, so we'll come back to them in a second. Speaking of coming back to it, how's this thing doing? Should be able to start on it at 9. I gotta go to little boy's room. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna let this thing run. Tell you what, I'm actually not very excited to go to the convention on the weekend. Only because I play so freaking often that I don't care. I just don't care, you know? You're surrounded by forests and mountains. What the hell is a mountain? Something we don't have here. Only mountains we have here are trash piles. They don't have them in this part of the state. They have them down in South Florida. There's Huge freaking trash piles. You see them for miles. There'd be like birds circling overhead that look like there's 1,000 wildebeest that died in the savannah, and they're picking at them. Just buzzards galore and stuff like that. So many birds that if you get Stevie Wonder out there with a shotgun, just randomly shooting, probably knock down 20 of them with each blast. Just crazy stuff. That's Florida's mountains. Big trash piles in South Florida. They're right by the interstate. They're right by the turnpikes. That's why you see them. I honestly don't know where the hell our landfill is here. We're not as proud of that here, so we kind of hide it somewhere. Yes. We have a convention next month, Phoenix Comic Con. Is that one of those comic conventions? Cosplayers. Yeah, if you're going to dress up as somebody, you at least need to be the same body type of the person you're dressing up as. Just saying, you know. Just saying. Pick a different character. I remember when my daughter was little, we ended up going to Hollywood Studios one time, and they had this Star Wars parade, and we sat around in the frickin'... My daughter was little. She was on my shoulders. She must have been 5 or 6 or something like that. And we sat around waiting for this parade to start, the Star Wars parade. And the people that had marching in the Star Wars, they had the stormtroopers and all that kind of crap and all that. The stormtroopers were all like 350-pound stormtroopers. I'm like, we sat around and baked in the sun for that? Like, come on, man. You got to pick different people to do that. We can't all be superheroes. What is that roof? Okay, the roof is, this is all roof. All right. This is all roof. And then there's a little bit of a roof there and here. And here as well. And I don't think that's a roof. Okay, we're leaving specifically the one off the building off. So I think you were on this morning, Nordic, and you mentioned if I had seen the trailer for the Thor movie, and I had. I saw it at lunchtime, and it's got to be one of the worst trailers I've ever seen. That's the making of a good country song. Stevie Wonder with a shotgun. That was one of the worst trailers I've ever seen of any movie. I'm convinced those people that make those movies are on some drugs. And not the good ones. This should hold together better now. You still kind of have to be delicate with it. I just didn't want that whole coating on this cool, craggy, this cool, craggy stuff is just going to be dumbed down by adding that coating on everything. So I did not want to do that. Only thing good about the Thor movies is Natalie Portman. Telling me. They're not that bad, but I like the Deadpool movies. Everybody does. We, when the first Deadpool movie came out, we watched it on a game night. Mitch and Scott and myself, we all went like, let's go watch it. And it was a late show. It was like 11 o'clock. We didn't get out of there until super, super late. That was one of those hell mornings for the next day for work. Because, of course, it was a work night. But that was fun. We watched it with the right people. When you watch a movie and you watch it with the right people, they make the movie even funnier than it was. Yep. It was one of those movies. One of the biggest problems with superhero movies is they have shitty ass villains. You don't have these villains that are like bad. They're like, oh, he's just misunderstood. No, that doesn't work for me. Among all the other issues that they have, they just that whole misunderstood thing doesn't buy me. You gotta have like freaking evil people. Hey, there's enough evil people in this world. You don't have to invent any. And when they invent them, they can't come up with them? Come on. Ooh, this is a tiny little roof here. It's a roofie. There's a damn roof all the way down there. It's part of a roof. What else we got? I think this is a roof down here. Jeez, it's going to be tricky getting in there. I need some wrist support. I don't paint in midair. I don't. You can't stand Ryan Reynolds. Really? Huh. You're the one person. Okay. Fair enough. There's definitely people I can't stand. Well, that doesn't work for you then. Anything by what? Any movie by Asylum. What the hell's Asylum? We play along with you, but currently I haven't got any miniatures prime. Waiting for my 6mm micro armor tanks in North Africa to arrive. Then I'll repurpose my BF stands to North Africa. Yeah, I actually saw, and looking for pictures of that fort today, I saw a guy who had a lot of 6mm stuff for North Africa painted, and it was really, really nice looking. I don't think it was GHQ. I think it was something else. Might have been Ross and Heroics, or Heroics and Ross, or something else. But it looked really, really good. Just today I saw that. Yeah, there's always actors, some people that like, other people that can't, you know. And then sometimes an actor can't save a movie. You might like the actor and just isn't enough to keep it going. I'm going to go ahead and paint the roof on this thing, even though I may end up dry brushing this wall and ruining this. But at least that roof is painted. But the only reason I watched any of those superhero movies was because of my daughter. She got into them. And she wasn't a comic book nerd or anything, but, you know, she kind of got used to watching them and stuff like that. Okay. What do we got here? I would order from Heroics and Ross, but they're in England. Why settle for second best when I can go GHQ, which is simply the best 6mm micro armor out there? Yeah, it's that's kind of a no-brainer. It's pretty much a no-brainer at that point. Let's lighten these roofs up. I think we've got them all covered. If I encounter one I haven't seen, then well, let's see. How are we doing on this? Because this is a real... We're going to do the basing on this. Bran Castle must wait. Yeah, it'll look good. It's just going to take a while getting done. That's all right. Refresh my memory. 25th. 285th is 6 mil. Yep. Asylum produces low-budget movies. Would rather make 5 bad movies than 1 good one. Huh. So they're a movie company. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about that stuff. I don't know that I've ever heard of them, but I'm not really in the know. Yeah, this gives you a better idea. Let's see. Can I flip this thing around? Am I able to flip? Let's see, where's the camera controls here? Can I easily flip this? That rotates it. Mirror. Rotate. What else can I do? I can't flip this for whatever reason. No. All right, fine, I'll flip this thing over. Might give you a little bit better idea what it looks like. See, since you're not like looking into the light, it's less harsh. It's going to take some time, but it'll get there. It'll get there. All right, let's paint the base on this. We need this baggage element for this weekend. I don't want to use a damn stand that just says baggage on it. Bagage! All right, so we need to get the usual suspects, which of course is chocolate brown. Looks pretty spot on. Yeah, but then you look at it over here. Maybe it doesn't look so bad here. Seemed like it was pretty harsh. It'll look good. It'll look good. Whoop. I gotta be happy with it. That's how we're gonna be? It was always fumbles. Oh, you guys see that robot chicken with the G.I. Joe figures? It was always fumbles. Classic. Classic fumbles. Just need some clouds and a full moon in the back. Absolutely. Time for a midnight snack. Jinkies. All right. Classic fumbles. Oh, if you haven't seen that, you need to go watch that. If you're even close to my age. Go on YouTube, put Robot Chicken, G.I. Joe fumbles. Freaking hilarious. Well, it's the kind of humor I like. And apparently my daughter likes it as well. Oh, man. We're gonna need some of this stuff because we're gonna need to thin this down a little bit. Yep. Yeah, we're jumping all over the place, but this is priority. This one is the priority. I don't know why Chariot decided to make these horses so damn small. I used to have Chariot stuff, and I mean, yeah, they were kind of on the lanky side, similar to minifigs. But man, these horses are like, large dogs. Why would you pick the small horses to be the ones that carry everything? Move this over here. We don't want another classic fumbles. Robot Chicken is hilarious, yeah. You ever see the Mario Kart one where Yoshi goes into Raccoon City? No. But I didn't grow up with Nintendo. I'm not a Nintendo fan, so I may not get it. Looks like Russia has restarted its attacks. Or has it? My entire game group of 6 decided we were going to go from hardcore appliance to micro armor. Countless models on the table at a great time. 1976 or so. Snail Krieg coming back, eh? I wasn't alive in 76. Ha! That's probably my first memory was from around 1976. I seem to remember Centennial stuff on TV. I think so. I don't know. I don't remember the, before like 78 really well. But which is good because I didn't have to remember those horrible stuff that people wore back then. Oh my gosh. Was everybody on frickin' drugs? And the answer to that is yes. And they had bad taste. Is people always like to rip on disco music. And I'm not saying that disco music is the most wonderful thing, but the stuff they wore is worse than the disco music. Just absolutely horrendous stuff. I'm glad I don't remember it. Everything he did was 1-to-1. Yeah, there's a lot of Centennial stuff on TV. 76 was my freshman year in high school. Disco sucks and disco suck. And disco clothes sucks harder. I would say disco's better than frickin' rap. I can't stand this rap crap. You weren't born until 83. Ooh, you feel young now. I remember 83. That was middle school. Yuck. Yuck! Man, I hated middle school. 83, I was already into World War II stuff in 83. It happened about 81. 6th grade is when got into the World War II stuff. And I didn't know about wargaming then. Imagine if I knew about wargame. I mean, what? I can play naval games? I can read about this stuff and like play games with this stuff? Rap is utter crap. Oops. Hate rap is racist too. 70s were weird. Weird clothes, weird music, bad economy, and everything broken and dirty. At least in Detroit. Broken and dirty. I had an older guy that I used to game with. Well, older? I think I thought he was a lot older than me than he really was. I think he was just like 15 years older than me. I was thinking he was like 25 or 30 years older than me. He just had a hard life. Anyhow, he said he's had a couple of words of wisdom that I've always remembered him. I haven't talked to him in shit over 20 years. And a couple of words of wisdom that I always remember. And one of them was, people always liked the music that was around when they were going through puberty. And I agree. For me, so that's mid-'80s for me, you know. Now, there's stuff from the mid-'80s that I absolutely can't stand. But for the most part, that is the kind of music I gravitate towards. And, you know, there's things that have been made since then that I like, but, you know, my first reaction is, yeah, that's correct. And that's when music's more important. Now it's not that important, you know? Now it's, you know, I don't have to listen to it when I'm driving. It's generally probably a good idea. It keeps my speed down, not listening to music. But yeah, I always remember that. All right, now we gotta wait for this to dry. So there's all the horsies with the ground color, the base ground color. Let's go ahead and pull the other colors out, and those would be, I believe this is the one. Yep, U.S. Field Drop. I know what the color is. I just gotta find it. And the other one is affectionately known as Iraqi Sand because that's what it is, and there it is. Detroit is a ghost town. So you could say the 70s were a golden time then in Detroit. 60s were a great time in Detroit until the riot in 68. That changed everything. Big fan of 60s and 70s rock. Snow in the Northeast. Wow. Right now? I know somebody that actually they took an Easter trip out to Colorado to go skiing, and they had quite a bit of snow out there. It surprised me. It's pretty late in the year. You lie. You lie. Julier. All right, where are we at right now? Man, I really want to finish this thing. I really do want to finish this thing. Let's get another piece of that card. What am I going to do? Put it away? Don't need more. Let there be light. Cool lamp that's off screen. You guys don't get to see my cool lamp. You want to see my cool lamp? It's never in pictures. See if we can take a trip. Look at my cool lamp. It's killing time while this stuff dries. Oh, hold on. I gotta turn this around. Hello, ceiling. I gotta turn this around so I can see what the hell I'm showing you. Okay. This is my cool lamp. My daughter decided to draw for me, and my conquistador do over here. And in my case, you can't see jack shit in right now because it's too dark. Actually, let me see if I can pull this off. Hold on. See if I can pull this off. Maybe look at the roof for a second here. I've got. Let me disable. This computer is great, but it has a lack of ports. So I have this little illuminating light. Okay, and it's one of these little round thingies. See it right there? And may shine over there and get enough light to see if we can get light over here to the case. Since we're just killing time here. Alright, I gotta look back at my computer and see what the hell I'm showing you. So this is, Amorites are up here. Hanging out with the Amorites. And we got some Turks and Spanish. And we got the Irish down here. The Moldavians, and there's the guys that are hanging out, just poking around. We've got several camps and things like that over here. The church here and the Pope. Oh, and I guess here's the Poles. There's the Polish allies that didn't fit over there. And these are some of the French ordnance. I guess there's a gap there, so they must be somewhere else. I'm not sure exactly where they went to if they're not there, but. And then the invincible Burgundians. They're probably the army that has the best record right now. I think between both versions of the army, they're like 12-3 or something like that. 16-3. They've only lost 3 games. So, the Chinese down here. Some Chinese. And then my nerfed army, my Southern Dynasty's Chinese that can no longer use because they got the elephant nerfed out of me. Here's my WW2 guys. Here's my 20mm World War II guys. What are those? Americans and Soviets, or Russians as I like to call them. I call them Russians and Germans. I don't call them Nazis and Soviets. Just have it. And here's the Nazis down here. I mean the Germans. And odds and ends that I got down here. Wish I had better light in here, but. And we got odds and ends of books and shit down here. Now I'm really killing time. Alright, what else we got? I'm not going to show you the bookcase. It's a freaking mess. Alright, is that brown paint finally dry? Yeah, it's a quick tour. We'll have to do a real quick tour. I should do something big when I get to 1,500 subscribers. I only need 11 more. 11 more, you losers. I mean, people that are interested in my stuff. Really like the Flags of the Burgundians, yeah. Yeah, the Minis case. The Minis case is from IKEA, and it's not made in China. It was made in Italy. Yay, trip time! You're going on a bad trip. Did you do early DBA games in that room? Did you do early DBA games in that room? In this room? Nah. Nah, we don't. There's a series of games where Joe came out here. He came out here one time and we played with his Italian cantata and stuff. So yeah, there is a series of games that we did in here. And Tony was trying to give away your harem of hippo women this morning. Hold on, wait. What's that cool handgun light? Yeah, I picked that up. I'm a big fan of Berettas. So when I saw that in the store, I'm like, oh, I got to get me a Beretta light. So I'm a big fan of 92s. Not the... Because I think everybody makes those damn... I call them neutered guns. You know, guns with no hammers and stuff like that. I'm not a fan of those. So... Just for the record, Rick, no matter what they say, Catherine Winnick is in my harem. We like this. Wow, thanks. Quick tour. She's my number one woman. Okay. Have you seen Big Sky? Is Big Sky worth watching? I mean, you should see it if you're a big fan of hers. I haven't, you know. I don't like watching those things. It's like one episode after another until they're all out. It's like, not leaving me hanging, I'm watching another episode. Not leaving me hanging, I'll watch another episode. Not waiting around a whole week for something to get resolved. I think I've only seen her in the Vikings thing. That's it. Okay. I haven't seen Big Sky yet. Well, you're not a real big fan. She's not coming to your harem. Don't watch her stuff. Oh, man. Where? I had the cardboard. I don't know where the hell it went. Is this dry yet? Yeah. No, we'll do a proper tour with lighting and shit. This is a bit discombobulated right now. Not terrible, but... Oh, I put it back here. Now, we have more light. Okay. I don't like to watch television. I don't either. I'm not a striker fired guy. Yeah, I don't like them. I don't like those things. Didn't say they sucked. It's just weird, you know? It's like, there's stuff going on there and you can't see it. Nah. No thanks. No thanks. Okay. U.S. Field Trap. Is it on Netflix? Big Sky? Man. Somebody's, to use a new term, because I don't speak in these new terms, somebody's thirsty. One of them new terms. Oh, man. That's how you know when you're older. You hear these new terminologies, you're like, I ain't calling it that shit. I'm not going to call... I don't care what you punk asses call that stuff anymore. I'm not going to use that vocabulary. I think Big Sky's on Hulu. Anyways, it's like a Twin Peaks type of thing. And I don't know if it's any good. I tried watching Twin Peaks a couple years ago. I never saw it when it was out, and I'm like, oh, put me out of my misery. This is terrible. You know, some things don't age well. Actually, most things don't age well. And then there's a rare exception of some things that are still okay. Got to finish this because I want to see how good this is going to look with little tufts on there. Because right now I'm like, don't look that good, you know. But never thought I'd hear Tony use the word thirsty. I didn't know what it meant. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, it's you. It's you new punk ass people using stuff. You try to tell me I'm thirsty. Yeah, that's slang from having hots for her. You're damn right. That's right. Yes. Yeah, you drink a lot of flicking fluids. I do. Yeah, thirsty's the new horny. News to me. That terminology is okay. What I can't deal with is what's the thing that I hate? Bay. You know, where you abbreviate shit and only take one word off of it. Or that yas. No. No. None of that crap. Why you punk asses have to ruin everything? Or hella. Come on, man. All right. Let's water this down a little bit and get underneath here where we can add some color. Thirsty. The other thing is when people are talking about cars, man, that's really clean. No, I haven't had it washed lately. Sorry. Man, that's clean. And Rick, you need to just take the freaking name of your vehicle off your grill. It doesn't do any good. Doesn't do any good to put the name of your vehicle. People call it the wrong thing all the time. There's no solution. Well, color me thirsty. Yeah. I can use that as a camp as well. I can, yeah. Poor Rick is dying, yeah. Tuesday, Tony is a riot. Yeah. I'm always a riot. I'm a riot as long as I'm not at work. Me no fun at work. Me no fun at work. Several years ago, somebody I ran into, I don't know who it was, but I wasn't at work when this happened. They said, man, you're always in a good mood. I told him, I said, I'm only an asshole when I'm being paid. You know, Monday through Friday, I just avoid problems. Hey, there's something I don't like over there. Cool, I'll go this way. You know? At work, unfortunately, sometimes you have to confront things you don't want to. You wish it never existed. But I avoid problems on my own time. Might as well close this down. We got that extra light, so we have no control over that mouse thing. hate it when so many people use a word wrong, it becomes correct. Becomes correct to a lot of people. I can't stand when people put an apostrophe S to pluralize something. Or they don't know how to use your or to, or, I mean, come on. Do you even do your own taxes? Have you ever read a book? All you got to do is read a book and realize, man, that word I'm using is never spelled the way I spell it. I wonder what's wrong. Yeah, you're spelling it wrong, dude. Let me get those boxes. BOX apostrophe S. Yes, I have seen it on multiple occasions. Supposedly by educated people. Well, they were supposedly educated until they did that. I was reading something the other day and it came across the phrase ever so slightly, and I just chuckled. Ever so slightly. He took a long time deciding some of the things in the other game. And I guess I do too, but I feel like I need to talk about why I'm having made a decision. I feel like if I'm taking a long time to make a turn, I feel like I owe it to somebody to at least talk about, well, I don't know about doing that because then this can happen. This, at least people are being entertained, you know, not just sitting there not saying anything. But I've lost so many games, I don't give a shit about losing another one. You know, not that big of a deal. I have rapid fire with that never run. I've been enjoying the AM live streams. Me too. I've been enjoying doing something I like to in the morning. Probably do that again tomorrow. Might continue doing it while even if the girls come back. It's like that they're asleep. Fully admit to being horrible with spelling and grammar sometimes. However, I'm a very good research writer. I'm the opposite. I hate to write. I detest writing. My major word is decimated. It means 1 in 10th, but people use it to mean complete destruction. Oh. Yeah. I bet that's the definition of it. Whether it grew out of that. Yeah, it's 1 in 10. Decimation. Romans lost the battle. Kill 1 in 10. Which, if you think of 1 in 10 things being destroyed, that's not really something being decimated. It's just 1/10 of the... It's only 1/10 destruction. Lots of things grow out of stuff like that, you know? Oh, look what those punks did. They vandalized the place. Oh, so you made it look like the Vandals came in. The Vandals made it look like it's their home. They made it look like home. I can't think of any that I have a problem with. I'm sure there's some. Oh, I know one. God, this one irks the shit out of me. We'll do some project, and then they'll want to add things to the job. And instead of calling an addition, they're called adders. What, as opposed to vipers or cobras? adders. The fuck is that? I had one guy at work that would always like, well, we're waiting on releaseal. I mean, at least call it releasage. My favorite made up word is impetuate. I think that should be a real word. Should make up rules. That's what this is going to be called. Impetuate and impetuate ever so slightly. I use annihilation for total destruction and decimate for taking a lot of casualties. It's only 1 in 10. 1 in 10 isn't a lot of casualties. I wonder if that's the correct definition of it. Oh, crap. I'm going to have to look that up. I bet it grew out of that. It's incorrect, but like you said, it ended up... It's the wrong thing, but ended up being right. Decimation, definition. I'm a terrible typer. Like, I'll get all the killing or destruction of a large proportion of group or species. It's only 1 in 10. So the correct definition is a historical one. The killing of only 1 in 10 in a group of people as punishment for the whole group. Yep. Yep, so the main definition is the wrong one. Releaseal sounds like a bad Vin Diesel movie. Is there a good Vin Diesel movie? You hate Funner. Funner is almost as good as Funnest. Funnest is more funner than funner. Is there a good Vin Diesel movie? I can't stand Vin Diesel. But then, I don't particularly like people that talk that way. I've had my fill of New Yorkums type people. It's fine, it was just one over, but it's like, look at how many movies have that kind of strange accent. And it is strange. And I'm not saying everybody needs to have a redneck accent either, Is there a good Vin Diesel movie? Saving Private Ryan. Okay, that's right, he was in there. And he got killed! That's what made it good. He was the first main guy to go. That's right. That's right. I can't believe, I find it hard to believe that people don't think there's people that don't think that's a good movie. I mean, yes, it's not perfect. But I'm telling you, for Hollyweird, that's a pretty freaking good, that's about as good of a war movie as you're going to get for a Hollyweird movie. It is. I remember watching that in the movie theater with a girlfriend I had at the time. And I don't know if I stood up, but there's the one scene towards the end where they finally find Ryan, and he's in that big field of wheat, and that German half-track shows up. And I'm like, that's a real fucking German half-track. I mean, it wasn't. But it was a good mocking. I think it was a Czechoslovakian vehicle or something like that based on it. But anyways, it was as close to a mock of one that I could see. And I was just like in awe. I was like, wow, that's, there's not too much I have a problem with that movie. There's only a handful of things that stem along the side of, if that martyr had fired at the sniper that was in the tower, he couldn't have been that close. He would have had to be a lot more farther away because of the, of how much you could raise that, all that nerdy freaking science shit that, you're like, you got to be farther away because it can only raise it at, 15-degree angle. You'd actually have to be like, half a mile away to be able to, that kind of crap, But other than that, I mean, I thought it was a pretty good movie, Is that what woke means? Yeah. Don't get me started on that. I question the wisdom of Tom Hanks sending a squad or a frontal attack of a fixed MG position instead of flanking it. Looked pretty close to the recon half-track. Yeah. The most unbelievable thing about the movie, the thing I find the hardest to believe about that movie is the guy that was the sissy that he just froze and just let his buddy get butchered. Because I get being scared of dying. I get it. I think that, I mean, I've never been in combat, and I think that would be the hardest thing to overcome. You know, being worried about, you know, with a bullet that's coming looking for you. Okay? But when you have your back up against the wall and you have a firearm in your hand, yeah, I'm gonna take people out. Now you might fumble, and load the magazine incorrectly or something like that. But just to sit idly standing by, did that happen? There's no doubt that happened. But why use that example in a movie that everybody's gonna see, and they're gonna assume that it's a common occurrence? Upham. If Upham was in my unit, my boot would be going up his rear. Yeah. That just... No. That just wouldn't happen. You know, and then the cliche thing that the guy that they let escape comes back and they fight him in the same, you know, I mean, he could have gone anywhere in France and he decided to go on this counterattack to take this town. Like, you know, those cliche, ironic things are just, you know. What do you take me for? You think I'm going to believe that? But other than that, I thought it was a pretty good movie. I mean, what war movie is better? I don't know. I mean, maybe we're not talking about Band of Brothers, okay? Band of Brothers wasn't a movie that was out in the movie theater. But, you know, what war movie is better than Saving Private Ryan? I mean, they all have their issues. All right, we got to paint the edge of this thing in black. Can't forget that. And that's something we have to dry before we put the fuzzies on. Where it is, where ist mein Black? The Schwarz. Pulled that in real life, I would have shot on myself. Yep. Saving Private Ryan is pretty good for a Hollywood movie. When they gave the wounded medic the second shot of morphine, they knew it would kill him. 1 for pain, 2 for eternity. Yeah, I've never been in combat, fortunately. But I can tell you, from the little I know, I'd be worried about getting killed. But... And it's okay to be a pacifist, but I'm just telling you, you come in through my freaking door and my family's here, I'll kill every damn one of you. You know? There's a time to man up. You know? There's a time to man up, and that was well past that guy's time to man up. Paint the edge of this thing. last edge, and we need this to dry. Need this to dry a little bit. You can actually have a camp that is 40 by 20. It can be the size of a Saloy stand, which is a bit ridiculous if you ask me. Longest Day. Didn't watch it. It was black and white. I tried to. I just can't do black and white. I just can't. I'm allergic. I would love for someone to make an Okinawa movie or Paleo. Hell is for Heroes. Steve McQueen. Private Reese. I don't know that I've ever seen a movie with Steve McQueen in it. I haven't avoided it. I just haven't. And the first Steve McQueen movie I will see will be Bullet. Because I want to see what the hell that car scene's about. I know it's probably not a big deal now, but Flags of Our Fathers was Okinawa. Wouldn't say as good as Saving Private Ryan. Hell's for Heroes, that is. Thought Flags was good. Was for Iwo Jima. Flags of Our Fathers was about the flag raising at Iwo Jima. Yeah, and the other one, and the Japanese one, which I like better. It was something different. So I've never seen Casablanca. I have. I've only seen maybe 5 black and white movies. You ready? And I don't like Bogart. Sorry. Hacksaw Ridge. Hacksaw Ridge, I saw the first half of the movie and I was bored. I was totally bored. Didn't want to see it anymore. Never finished watching it. Black and white movies I've seen. All right. I'm sure I'm going to miss one or two. I've definitely seen less than 10. Casablanca. Maltese Falcon. What else? Oh, the one where Kirk Douglas plays the bad guy. In Harm's Way. Okay, which I actually thought was a pretty cool movie. What else? That's 3. What else have I seen that's black and white? Does the first part of Wizard of Oz count? I've seen The Stooges. The Stooges are fine, and growing up watching the Little Rascal stuff, But movies, I just feel like you're not seeing what really was there. I mean, it was filmed in color. Why not show it in color, I have not seen Seven Samurai because it's black and white. I'm sorry. Thing about Hell's for Heroes, Steve McQueen carried an M3 grease gun. I carried one back in the day, and he kept flipping the cover up and down, which is a safety. Very authentic. Huh. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I didn't know that was a safety. Is a grease gun automatic only? Like a MP40? Is it auto only? I don't want to watch a war movie about a conscience. Oh, Sergeant York. Oh my God, I'm never gonna get those 6 hours back of my life. What a boring freaking movie. Oh, that was a horrible movie for me. You guys might like it. I hated it. I hated that movie. It's 9:45 Bologna watch time, Tony. Is it? I got nowhere to be. I'm not a fan of black and white in general. Real world is color. Yeah. Yeah, I just feel like I'm fine with old movies. I'm fine with foreign movies. We all used to watch black and white television, but I just can't do that anymore. Anyways, those are the only black and white movies I can think of right now that I've seen. Holy shit, there's engravings on the lenses of my glasses. I never noticed them before. They're progressive lenses, and they have Like a little dot and 15 and a P here. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. Yes, auto only. Okay. Like the MP40. Okay. You didn't get the Three Stooges reference to watch time. No, sorry. Sorry. I haven't seen him in a while. I used to watch him all the time. They run around, the guy in the monkey suit. My favorite one is, they're just the ironic shit. Like they had the one where Curly ended up having an arrow he could find gold with. It's like, yeah, get rid of that thing, and he like launches it off and hits some guy off screen in the pocket watch. Has hit him in the gold pocket watch. Just shit like that, just good old classic stuff. My daughter likes that stuff too, The firing pin is molded right on the bolt face. Fires open bolt. Yeah, that thing, I bet that thing kicks like a mule. I mean, I've never fired a Tommy gun, but that thing's heavy as shit and it kicks. And a grease gun doesn't weigh anything compared to it. Maybe loaded, but, it's just stamped. That's from the skit where they're dressed up like Hitler, Stalin, and Benito. I know I've seen it. I had to have seen it, but it's not it's not ringing any bells right now. Hey, I can't remember everything. What is it you say? I can't be into everything. I can't be into everything. All right. Is this thing dry now? Let's get some scrubbage. Now, I want to make it kind of generic so I can use it for all kind of stuff. So let me get the scrubbage that the Pope is on, for instance. I think that's the most generic one I have. So, what is the scrubbage that the Pope has? I think we have the... Okay, Swamp Tufts. Okay, those. And there's not one on here, but it has the Highland Tufts as well. So let's pull those three out and put them on there. And then when we're done with this, we'll call it a night. I got too many Tufts of too many different kinds now. Now it's just out of control. Okay, that's one of them. The other one is this one. It's not on this stand. And then probably the most useful color of all is that Swamp Tufts. Oh, they're not going to be on every stand. It's also the only color I used to have, so here it is. All right. Let's just grab two of each, just for good measure. One, two, I didn't realize that. One of them's dressed like Stalin. So even they made fun of him. So the Three Stooges couldn't understand why we made a deal with Stalin. Not me. Not we. I didn't do that. I wouldn't have dealt with that bastard. I would have let them two just duke it out and then step in. This one. There's got to be a couple other black and white movies I've seen. I just can't think of what the hell they are right now. The Birds is black and white, right? I've seen that once. Never seen Psycho. Not really any appeal to. Oh, Schindler's List. Missed opportunity there. Should have done that in color. It's a lot more disturbing in color. Loaded, it weighs a ton. 30 rounds of 45 ACP plus 6 loaded mags in a pouch. That skit was made in 1940 for Ally. Stalin was not an ally yet. Was he ever an ally? Think about it. All right, let's put some of this. Put some of this stuff here. The bases look really great. Mine are mediocre by comparison. Well, I've been doing it for a little while, and I get ideas from other people. I didn't even know about the tough. I saw somebody doing them. I'm like, I like that. I always wondered, Russia invaded Poland, but France and England didn't declare war on them. There's actually a video on that. Some guy did a YouTube video and explained why it didn't. I'll have to find that and send it over to you. I saw it recently, because I agree, it doesn't make any freaking sense. Yeah. Russia was like a major dick. I guess Britain and France liked that one. They liked the taste of that one. I wouldn't have dealt with the Russians. Screw those guys. Screw those guys. But that is why I like the Eastern Front wargaming, because it's like, which bad guy do you want to be? You know? I put them, the only difference, in my opinion, the only difference between the Russians and the Germans in World War II is that the Russians didn't declare war on the whole damn world in the process of being, evil bastards. That's the only difference. Other than that, they're in the same damn category as far as I'm concerned. All right, let's use some of this stuff to cover it up. Yeah, when was the last time the Russians were the good guys? When they fought the Mongols? I'd say that. When they fought the Mongols. And there it would just be, well, they're the better guys. When they fought the Teutonic Knights, again, that's another one of this. Which butthole do you want to be? Ask the serfs who they wanted to be their master. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Let's get les sprinkles. And of course, if we're going to do les sprinkles, we need to use something that's going to catch the leftover sprinkles. So this place doesn't look like a crime scene. One of these plastic ones will work just fine. Napoleonic Wars. Really? Were the French that bad? when they lost to the Mongols. Yeah. World War One, they fought the Central Powers. I don't know. I just don't think of. Maybe I'm a German sympathizer for the First World War. Well, the Germans had really bad PR. Really bad PR. Or didn't care about it or whatever. But they shouldn't have gone into Belgium. But then the Belgians were pretty buttholes too in Africa and stuff like that. Anyhow, I don't consider the Germans the bad guys. World War One. World War One just has everybody just. That's my time machine thing. I always keep saying that. Go back in time and other than make World War One not happen, let the Germans win. See what happens, and then go forward 100 years and see what we got. I don't know that we'd have a bigger mess. I could be wrong. Who knows? It's fun to talk about. Boy, this didn't stick anywhere. What the hell happened here? They're French. French are people too? I don't have a problem with French. Unless they're fighting my Spanish, in which case they're assholes. Hey, I'm not letting my people down. No, seriously, I don't have a problem with the French. Didn't stick very well. I don't know what's going on here. The White Russians and the Russian Civil War. Definitely better than the commies. I am not a commie lover. Yeah, actually, that would be a really good thing. That would be really cool to war game, honestly, because you could have a bunch of like backstabbing and stuff like that. Actually, would be pretty cool. That would be actually a very good. Almost like a Pig Wars type game. That'd actually be pretty neat because you'd have all the different legions that are on the white forces plus communists and cavalry and Cossacks, and that'd actually be pretty neat to war game Russian Civil War. I should say I have an issue with the French after World War II and de Gaulle. Russian people are good for now. Just Putin bad. I'm starting to think all leaders are bad. Good thing about Putin is he doesn't have a mustache. Or he'd be even worse. Oh man, what are we going to put? We got a big old space. We got a big old space here. Let's put the bushy one here. Don't like de Gaulle, huh? Well, de Gaulle's better than all the other leaders that sympathize with the Germans. At least de Gaulle, for whatever faults he had, at least he stood up to him. So, I'll give him that. Okay, we got one bushy one there. And, yeah, put another one back here. And big old grassy one. Put it there. Okay. Hiding in these grasses. I don't know. I never. Of course, that's not my period, so I'm not into Napoleonic stuff. But I never, on looking at it from the outside, think of Napoleon as a bad guy. I mean, sure, he's a. I think of Napoleon as bad a guy as, say, Alexander the Great, which I don't think is a bad guy. I mean, sure, he's a warmonger. He's out, getting people killed and stuff. But so is everybody else. That's just something you did back then. I don't think of Alexander the Great as the bad guy and the Persians a good guy. That's what kind of. That's weird. Where are we going to put the other one? The other one's over there. Put it here. I think Louis XIV is a bigger dick than Napoleon. But that's just me. I could be wrong. At least Napoleon didn't wear freaking high heels. Just saying, people could now use synthetic grass or turf flock. Static grass, painted a bunch of 28mm Russian Civil War miniatures. Never gamed it, however. You're German, Tony. Okay. I'm not. I don't have a problem with Germans. You the Germans that put on deodorant, or you the other kind? Nobody gets to pick where they're from. So, and besides, my people don't have. My people and the Germans don't have a history of being enemies. So. I deal with Germans every Monday. I bet your heraldry's better than those poor bastards. Oh, man. Greeks claimed they were liberating people from Persians. I'm German, Tony, not you. Wait, that sounds wrong. All right. Well, it's 10 o'clock. Let's see what the hell these guys look like. And this light is just messed up. Let me try something controversial. Killed my normal lighting, just use this other one. Well, it helps. It only works if you didn't screw. It looks all like. Okay, so here is A baggage element. Dun, dun, dun. What's in those urns? Wine, of course. What else would it be? The tears of children. Yeah. So anyhow, how long are we on here? 4 hours. Holy shit. Yeah. Anyhow, thanks for coming by, folks. We'll do it again tomorrow. And I don't know what the hell we're working on tomorrow, but we got lots of little side projects to do. And no, we'll do this tomorrow morning, even for an hour or something like that. So see you guys then.